And not in the literal sense of saying all the accents or performance I know they're sweet.
Doug, I have a question for you. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I mean, this might be one of the greatest questions you've ever been asked in the history of question asking. So please prepare yourself. Fuck, what was it? I'm trying to think. I don't think I'm going to remember what it was. About parking. Yeah. There's this big thing where people are putting QR codes on random shit, including like giving people fake parking tickets with QR codes on them and just having people donate, like basically unknowingly, to their like Venmos or their Cash apps. And if your city ends up starting to make people pay for parking, you could just go around downtown and put on their cars just like a thing that says new Squamish rules, you got a ticket or whatever, and then you make it look like the official ticket, and then instead of paying the city, they pay you. Dude, they did it in Santa Monica. I think it was because they what was it? Yeah, exactly. They defrauded the people, but then there were other people who just went around and put their QR code on random shit and just see if they could get donations. And I don't think that was illegal. Wait, what did you say?
Is the random QR like a fake ticket? It's just like their Cash App.
Made it look legitimate. Those people got in trouble. Yeah, no, that's fine. If it's randomly placed, it's fine. And doesn't look like... No, I misspoke. The ones who were scamming people, their shit looked legitimate, and they got in trouble. But the people, it just went to their Cash App, and it would just say Dentals or whatever, like whatever they wanted it to say. And to my knowledge, that's legal.
I may have heard about this. Isn't it legal, like the QR code on your the QR code on your log? Like you have to make it look like you have to impersonate the government, but you can just say like a fake parking app, basically.
Same, Big Dog.
Say you have a line, like your front lawn that's connected to the parking. The QR code, and then people just come along and pay.
That's a good idea. I think that's legal. I do think, so long as you don't make the sign look like a government issued sign.
That might be a business then, is just going to people's lawns. Like, go to like a neighborhood, ask them if they want to join for like free parking revenue, and then just place the QR code on the people's lawns.
stuck his hand in
And then
started,
like,
started moving
yeah.
around the wall. 아무래도 하이라이트 감으로
I mean, it's kind of scummy, but it might
apparently said that he
might
saw it.
work next.
There's a bucket of money right to stuck his hand in the wine.
It
Moved
could
around
be
the
legal,
wine a
I
little
don't
bit.
know.
Moved around the wine a little bit and said, hey, this is wine. This
Because
is
you can have
wine.
like small
So
signs,
he
I'm sure
shocked
they're
Hey,
again,
the say, Shachi
you didn't
Lugan.
do it
So
carefully.
the Jew got upset. So what did he do? He picked
Right.
up the bucket of wine and he dumped the bucket into
I mean,
a
you're
bag.
probably going to get on some kind of list if you do that.
That's the
where
That's the Shiloh. Rashi says,
they're like, even if it is legal, they'll make some kind of law, and the next time your local town council goes and votes on something, they'll say that practice is illegal.
And what happened? He dumped the bucket
What's
of
legal
wine
though,
into
just
the
saying,
barrel.
it's like
To the
also part of like the
right, you're not
revenue
gonna drink
each
it.
lot
Doesn't
goes
that,
to
now
that
obviously
account.
what happened over here? Now obviously the Shiloh is what's the
Just not
status
getting
of
all
the
the money.
wine? Now, this is
Like
a
you're
good
giving
case.
back to the
What happens when
homeowner.
Yakum stuck his hand.
I get what you're saying.
Touched it and he moved it around. Now, obviously,
And it's
obviously,
voluntary.
it was
So
no
I think if you
right?
don't
It's a shalom
try
economy.
to
It doesn't have
the
an
fact that it's
ultimate
voluntary,
for any type of religious
it might be
purposes.
okay.
He just wants to
Because I
buy
don't think
wine.
there's a
He
law.
saw told him
There's
I
no
want
law
wine.
that they
That's
can
what they're
write
talking
that's
about.
like,
There's wine right over
you
here.
can't ask,
He saw
you
they
can't
went ahead
put a
and
QR
dumped the
code
wine into the So the Shiloh is the
for
status
parking
of
on
that.
your lawn.
Before it gets to the
Couldn't you just say it's a donation?
About
Yeah.
how
Yeah, I'm saying like
react.
you don't try and I mean you try it as best as you can
here.
with like legal
He says
framework
Shakle
to
Hayes
not
risk.
like
He's always angry.
say
He's
that
always angry.
it's
Right?
for donations so that people
in the barrel
are tricked into thinking that's real part.
This is interesting. Had he not gotten
If
it,
they read like the
So what
fine
would the
print,
Shiloh
then
be?
they're like,
the
yeah,
Shiloh would be on
it's
the
just a
bucket.
donation.
Now that he got angry,
Yeah.
what's the Shiloh on? Barrel. Because when we act
Okay.
in anger, often we
And then what percentage is going to
we act passionately.
real?
And often what that does is it just amplifies.
Okay, and how do you follow up with that?
So before these
Each QR code
now
is
he's got a problem with the
specifically
It was
pegged
such
to a residence address, and when
when we get
money comes in to that specific QR code, it's sent to the
Because whatever the problem is,
homeowner's
if I
address.
act in a state of anger, one thing is to show which is
Now-
Whatever their
amplify
payment
whatever the crisis
perception
is. Now the Shiloh is
is.
we went from what's
Now,
the
what
status
if you
bucket, what's the status
put
of the
tickets on everybody's cars
Shiloh
and you just said it was voluntary
So Rabbi
to
says-
pay it, but
Rabbi said,
in
"Yeah,
small print,
I will say no."
it said it's voluntary.
What I've said before. Anytime that Akum touches the wine, you're not going to be able to drink.
You're trying to fire there.
Yeah, I do too. But I think that there's an interesting argument to be made that you could make the argument. I think that if you said if you put tickets on everybody's car, just like people put flyers. I don't know if they do it in Canada, but in LA, if you park in a parking lot, people put flyers under your fucking under your windshield wiper all the time. It's like your own under there that made it look like a ticket with a QR code and said like in big letters like $50, and then in small print it said, "This is a voluntary ticket. 10% of all proceeds will be donated to the local animal shelter." I wonder if that would work.
I feel like what constitutes like the difference between a flyer and a ticket, and how close you're able to resemble that. And someone's tried that.
What is AI saying?
First of all, when you I know that is my focus ultimately. Again, correctly focus that is really not there for ego, but it's there to get to the MS. Any my focus, the shame shine itself in this kind. It's gonna be okay. It's going to be okay.
What is AI saying?
But again, what is AI saying?
I'm just finishing.
Dog. All right, you do that.
I'm doing the prompt. One sec. In California, putting tickets on windshields that resemble official parking tickets, but are actually solicitation for donations can be a gray area. While there's no specific law banning voluntary donations on windshields. Several factors can make it problematic. Deceptive practice. If the flyer is designed to resemble an official ticket or notice, it can be considered deceptive or misleading under California's unfair competition law.
Today, begin by thinking.
Take a look away. There's a vehicle code section that places notices on numbers for example, official parking tickets or solicitation regulations. Some cities have ordinances regulating solicitation. To avoid issues with flyer as solicitation. Avoid designs that resemble tickets, ensure transparency, donations.
Dog.
Today,
consult with an attorney. Make sure it's
Dog. All I hear is just put on it that it says like solicitation attempt in small print, and then just litter a major city with that, with those things. That is like can't necessarily QR code to you, but it's going to take a lot to work,
who was
and you'll get
selling
random ass people who are just like, okay, I'll give to this.
Random ass people who are just like, okay, I'll give. I used to pay him and there's a lot of things you have. Banks you have money, you see that money connects.
No, you don't. You don't need a bank. You don't need a bank account for Cash App.
the top of the lulav went ahead and touched
I mean, it's
the wine.
somehow probably connected to the
Touched the
banking
wine
system,
with the leaves
right?
again.
No, it would be
Bringing down
connected to your Cash App account, and then you can transfer that.
the lulav to wine.
Do you trade
The
the
Shiloh, of
crypto
course,
and
is what's the
Cash
status
App?
of the wine? Is this considered to
There's
be wine?
no
Touched by
KYC for
Akum or
Cash
not?
App.
And if it was
That's
touched
correct.
by Akum, remember again what's unique about this case?
Really?
Clearly,
So it's
there
like
was
the
no
ultimate scam.
or
Like
religious intentionality on the part of the
Yeah, that's why it's
right?
used
He's
so
just
much
doing
for
his
like
thing. He's coming down. He got a palm
to pay
branch.
for sex and stuff.
And he's coming down. He inadvertently touched the palm branch to the wines. So what
That's
is
not
the status
like a
of
huge-
this wine?
like
So the
legal.
Gemara says the Gemara says
Not currently.
now. I want to just point out something interesting, which is, and Tosis brings up this point. Tosis highlights this idea that halacha l'maisa, would be
I mean,
that the akum touching
that's
the wine with
that's
his
the
lulav,
situation. Yeah,
the akum touching the wine.
business.
And as I Tosis brings down, he says, well, if you look at Tosis, I've seen a Morova Sfar, and it's the second one.
I
And
wonder what the
Tosis,
maximum
years
penalty
ago,
for that.
Yeah, it's probably a misdemeanor. Who knows?
They,
Prison,
that's
they're
when
like,
the
what are
akum
you
touches
in
the wine
for?
with his lulav, and that's because of the akum touching
Battery,
the wine directly
like
with his hand.
robbery.
Now it happens to
What are
be,
you
he
in
quotes
for?
over here,
I put
he quotes over
fake
here,
parking tickets all over California cars.
the mention of
The
the lulav.
voluntary
Says, no, the piece over
donations.
here was the akum went up the tree, coming down.
Well, that's the power of the QR code.
Again,
I all kinds of advertising when I would run advertising for the startup and like billboards. I always wanted to get one on a freeway billboard, but they were always reluctant, the billboard company, because they didn't want people grabbing their phones while traveling 75 miles an hour and hitting a QR code. But I think they do it nowadays. I see them on television commercials.
So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? So the Gemara says,
6 months in jail and a $2,500 potentially restitution.
Like I said, you can sell the wine to an akum. So the Gemara. So what you will say, interestingly enough, indicates that Rav holds that halacha.
I think that's
you can't
fairly
drink the
like
wine, you can't consume it, but you
proven
can get
proof.
it.
The
It
maximum
says Rav, I'm really Rav of Rabasi, the Rav.
is 6 months
Rav
in jail.
said Rav, aha.
Likely
Mark,
because there's an
Martino,
animal shelter involved.
Pina
The
Bayomi,
judge would
Osed,
probably
Yain,
let you off with
Rav, actually, this thing
a
yesterday.
month in jail,
I was of the
probably.
opinion that
I think even
Maybe you would be screwed on the restitution, so that's a
makes the wine. Yes,
person
now
makes a
again,
ticket.
what does that tell us?
I think you could get away with it if you just put in small
intentionality.
letters at the bottom.
Intentionality, right? Even,
This is an attempt to.
religious or
This is a
spiritual,
solicitation attempt.
intentionality. The
Like,
mere contact of the apple with wine makes.
I'm trying to think. I get junk mail sometimes that says like kind of tricky like that, and then I just look at the bottom and it says this is an attempt to solicit, and I'll be like, oh. I'm trying to think. There was some.
There's like a big scandal. Canada, maybe it's the US too, where you get a text message that's like, you were speeding on this road and your license plate, we have your license plate, and you have to pay us $150 by this date or else you're going to go to court.
Okay,
that's
it. This is basically like
absolutely no, absolutely.
Yeah, but you just have to put at the bottom. This is an attempt for solicitation, and or this is a solicitation attempt, and I think you could get away with it.
Rav's real case is what we'll call
Like,
I mean, spam. I mean, I know spam emails
are but there's no intention,
regulated. Are spam text messages illegal?
yeah, they are. I
I
sent out thousands of text messages using a service called Twilio, but we would send them to people who had already agreed to the text message, so that was kind of the loophole. But yeah, at least in the United States, they made a law about it a few years ago because so many people were getting unwanted text messages. But then what the companies just started to do was send it from a foreign country, and there was nothing that you could really do about it.
At that point in time, the servant effectively
Is that still happening?
Yep.
To a degree.
I mean, wouldn't the same be true for emails though? Just send them from some foreign country.
So what's the halacha?
It is, but what happens is with the emails, they go to your ISP, and they'll make a complaint that way. With the phone, it's a little different. They have to go through a service, and basically there's no KYC on the service generally, so you just go and start up with another one.
I'm purchasing non-Jewish servants. What happened? They did one of the two. Let's say multiple times. They did bris milah, but ultimately, again, didn't go to the mikvah. That is interesting. So Bnei HaShlachas, what's the case over here? So this is where I ownership.
You could go into
Now what
consenting
happens? That
in text messages over like through QR code.
She has children.
So it's like you scan a QR code and it's just like upbeat.
No, the way that you do this. Oh yeah. Now I remember what it was. Okay, so they have these advertisements on the radio that say something like, what is the closest planet to the son. Text 1 2 3 4 to, or text the answer to 1 2 3 4, and you will have a chance to win a free 4-day, 3-night cruise in Cabo San Lucas. And so you'll be like, oh, cool. But what you don't know is that there are like tens of thousands of people who are texting that, and they're just and then at the end of the commercial they say, by texting 1 2 3 4 you are enrolling in text message standard rates apply, and so you're basically giving them your approval by enrolling in one of those types of systems. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm describing it clearly. So basically, they have a really easy game. And so you get people, especially like kids and things, who think that they're going to win a contest, and they text 1 2 3 4 with the answer Mercury, and it turns out that they are just enrolling themselves into this text message service. Does that make sense?
I feel it now. What does it mean when it says that their saliva and your Thomas Magic?
You're muted.
What does that mean? I feel it.
Whatever the line would be flying with, about like Mercury and like this thing or whatever. I don't know. Strange. It's like a loophole where you actually like strange. It's like a loophole where you actually like really sign up.
There should be a distance.
I agree.
Yes, the best loophole for
Exactly. They also do one on the radio. And I know this one specifically because I used to talk to the radio company about it. They're iHeartMedia. They're like they are the biggest radio company and the biggest audio company in the world. They used to be called Clear Channel. They own like every as stations in the United States as they can legally own in every metropolitan area. And they had this thing where every hour on the 20s, so like 6:20, 7:20, 8:20, 9:20, all the way to like 6:20 in the evening or something. They would give away $1,000, and they would say like text the word cash to 40404, and you would text the word cash, and then it would say by, they'd say it really fast, like really quickly, by texting you agree to the terms and conditions of this contest, standard rates apply, and they would get all these people in Southern California. I think they also say this is a national contest. They had some things that they had to say, but I remember our representative from iHeart came in one day, and I was like, "What are you guys doing with all those numbers?" And he laughed, and he's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Well, you're getting like tens of thousands of numbers, but for what?" But I think that we sell that data to other companies, and it's seen as really valuable data because all of these people have already enrolled in text messages from our company, and so while all we have to do is give away $1,000, and in exchange for that, we get $10,000 in people's agreed, their agreed upon data. And what they would do is they would say to a company, "Okay, you're gonna give away like $10,000 a day on the radio, $1,000 at each of these increments, but we will do a read. We'll read about your. It's called a live read. We'll read a little like 15-second pitch about your company right beforehand." So a lot of lawyers would do this. And they'd be like, "Oh, sponsored by Sweet James Bergner," or whatever the big lawyer, superlawyer.com. There are some big lawyers in LA who are featured on these, and so 10 times a day they give a different word, and then a bunch of people text in, and then all that information is already pre-approved text messages, and then they can sell that to people. Does that make sense?
Ultimately the wine is not.
Why is there no law that says that consenting for random lawyer or
Because the way that the game is set up is that you agree to any text message that's sent to you by agreeing to this. Now, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Like, well, who's to say they don't send you 50,000 text messages? You can always opt out of the text message by saying stop. And I think they say that in the app. It's a really easy way for people to be able to text message you. I can tell you, I used to send out thousands of text messages to washers like car contractors who would wash cars. I would send so many out. They would fucking call and they'd be like, "I'm getting so many text messages from you. It's absolutely ridiculous. Please stop sending me text messages." And I would get a report. I could see who opted out of text messages and what time they opted out, and it was just very funny to me. Like, so what would happen is we'd have too much business. We'd have too many car washes that we need to cover, and we needed people to cover them, and we wanted to make sure that people would cover them. So we would send out text messages to all of the washers that we had in an area, and sometimes we would pay more if they would pick up one of those off of a text message. So I just know it was really, there's like a programmable system. You put in what text you want in there. You can do up to, I forget what it is. I think 120 characters. It used to be 64, maybe it's 128 now. And you could put emojis in there. And I would do a test one to like one of our office phones, make sure that works, and then once it works, you just send that bad boy out. And I'd send
now for offspring are undergoing gear conversion. Once the rice is to repair,
I don't know about that, but I can tell you, you have to pay for every text message you send out, and it's like 0.00001% or 0.00001 It's like really inexpensive to just send out one, but when you're sending out thousands of them, like it gets into the hundreds of dollars.
Their contact with wine does not make it into the
yeah, I mean, it depends how.
People probably sure people probably still eat at the initials. That's just like they can opt out. They can just don't know that they can opt out. They can opt out.
Yeah, we just say all you have to do is press stop. And we would put that in the message as well. That was something that was according, like you had to follow the law. You're supposed to do that. Not everybody does, but you say to stop receiving these types of messages. Reply stop STOP, and that's all you write. No, it's no. It's all in the same message. But sometimes we would send out. Yeah. So sometimes we would send out. I think you just say to opt out, press stop, and that's not that many. That's like TO space OPT space OUT space. It's like 20 characters. So you have about 100 that you could work with, and sometimes we would send multiple texts together. So we'd have like 3 texts that would go out. Why would we have one that, like, so we would say something like, hey, we noticed that you are interested in becoming a contractor with us. If you're interested, please reply with your, or please call whatever our number was, and feel free to talk with one of our recruiters. So sometimes it would be like one, maybe longer than one digit, or we'd say like, hey, we have jobs available in these different areas of the city or the county or wherever they were. And when you get into like how much the job is and what its zip code is and all that kind of stuff, and there's a list of them, that can get pretty wordy. So sometimes it would get into 2 or 3 text messages, but then at the very bottom it would say to opt out, send stop or something like that. Or I think it would just say stop to opt out. So STOP space TO
Nothing ever allows us to fully forget anymore.
Space.
Sometimes our behaviors look like we forget our shit. Sometimes
stop to
look like we've turned
OPT space OUT. So it's 20 characters. Now that's the legal way to do it. That doesn't mean that you still couldn't just send it out and nobody was going to do anything to you.
No matter how far
there was a
ride sharing app in my area. Like, you can, as a driver, I'm going from there to you go on the app, see where you're picking up and dropping off, and again, like $12 on that, and then get a ride from you. So it seems like it's a different model Uber really owns the driver and takes a big cut of the so this one, the website does
supports their week.
The driver, but the driver is completely like autonomous. They're dictator. Other people are reviewing those independent drivers based on rating, which is it's not like Uber where a driver reflects on Uber where like it's a terrible driver and you're getting reviews, people see you on the platform and want to get rides on you. So it seems like your car more similar to the top right.
well, it was legal. It was absolutely legal, or arguably legal until 2020 when they changed the law. When they changed the law, it went specifically after our business. We were the first company sued under this law. And the reason why Uber and Lyft weren't sued, they were, but then they got an exemption, and we weren't able to get the same exemption. you can look at it if you want. It's called California AB5. But it said it changed how you define an employee and a contractor in the state of California, and they made it much more different. Yeah, like Assembly Bill 5.
This contradicts the Bryce we just said before, because our Bryce said as soon as they have Mila and Tevila, they no longer make the wine and Ness.
You're just employing them necessarily at all.
That's true, but you do have control over them, and that's what the state of California didn't want. It was really pushed by unions. I mean, it was the first company in the state of California to get sued, and it got sued for $45 million. And I think they eventually settled for something like yeah, that business model is tried that for like 30 years, and it's not profitable because of the insurance. When it rains, even though it rarely rains in Southern California, you have to pay the people, and then you have to pay their insurance, and you have to pay for all their gas, and it's extremely expensive. There's another company that pivoted to that once AB5 was passed, and they went out of business. Uber pays for none of the gas. But you have to understand, Uber got an exemption, Lyft got an exemption, DoorDash got an exemption, just like we were operating illegally once they law. They were able to get exemptions, but car washing was not. No, so basically they lobbied really hard, and they were able to win. And we didn't have the same lobbying power. We had some money behind us, and we did look for politicians to be able to support us, but they didn't want to support us because this was a big union push, and they didn't want to go against the union.
Ultimately, I have
yeah.
So there's like a lot of information.
I mean, there's still like this working, right? But this isn't an honest
It's an hourly wage. It's not a salary. Salary is different. But you have to understand that you have to meet a minimum wage then. We didn't have to meet a minimum wage. If somebody didn't want to work, they didn't have to work. You have to ensure with a company that size that you have. I mean, we had like thousands of washers. That then they all have health insurance. They have dental insurance, vision insurance. Then you get into, once you have more than 50 employees, there are all kinds of federal laws that you have to meet, including what's known as FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act, allows the employee to basically leave for like 6 months unpaid, but still be able to have job protection. And then you also have to buy them all vehicles. That's a lot of vehicles for them to be able to have. I mean, That alone would put a place out of business. You'd have to have, you have thousands of washers, and then you have to make sure what happens if they get into an accident. Now you're going to get sued by someone because their washer hit you. It's there was a company that did it, and they went out of business. It was not feasible. Just the overhead alone, and then people, once you get to someone's house, they want you to wash their car for cheap, and it's not. It's like it would become like $300 a car wash. It's just not really realistic. Southern California has the highest amount of car washes, brick and mortar car washes.
Just have a business that's like you are helping those people find customers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was a way around it, and I had thought of it, and we just couldn't pivot fast enough. And but what it was we were just going to be the platform, and let's say you wanted a car wash. You could name your price for the car wash, and so you could name your price as like, I don't know, you'd have your car for $30, and if somebody wanted to, they could wash your car. But basically, there was an issue that the state of California had, that we had fixed pricing for cars, basically like $20, $30, and $50, something like that. Yeah, exactly. But basically, you want to give the independent contractor as much independence as possible. So one way that we could do this is by allowing them, and so that was a way. And yeah, but then nobody would wash their car. So then they'd have to make it to $15, and maybe somebody might come wash their car for $15.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's doing kind of erasing a lot of people.
Well, I mean, it just depends. If you're in the area, you'll add a couple cars for $15 or whatever. But if you're not going to drive across the city for that, but if you have somebody who really wants their wash and they'll pay $100 to have somebody come wash their car, they'll get a bunch of people who want that job. It just depends. But that model would have worked, and was gonna work, but I left the company. I became a certified project management professional, and I took a contract with the Fortune 100 because, and I knew it was coming. I left something like June 28th, and they got sued July 13th. So I left like 15 days or something before, and it was in Forbes magazine. I remember thinking to myself, boy, I always wanted to get in Forbes business perspective, but I never wanted to get in there for the wrong reason.
Isn't bad also
is to some extent, but I mean, nobody wants. It was everywhere. It was a very high profile lawsuit, and I did not want to get involved in that. But actually, that's not
Why would people like look at you who's just helping run the business?
because I was the top. I was the top employee. I was the managing director, so I did not have a boss aside from the owner, and so I would have been. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. You don't understand. At least in the state of California, yes, directors of a business are liable, just like the ownership would have been liable. So I was the managing director. It was an LLC, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I can't be at fault for that. That just means that they can't go after the ownership's personal assets. But I could have gone to jail for a year for that, and I did. But that's not why I left. Actually, it was coincidental that I left. The reason why I left, in actuality, was I got a call. There was it was in May. So we have an Orthodox holiday in May, usually falls in May, and I needed 2 days off. Now I know I've told you this story like more than you'd like to know, but basically I had arranged by coming back to this business that I would get all of my days off paid, and I turned my phone on after the holiday, and I had text messages from the owner of the business saying I was taking too much time off and that he needed me. And that wasn't true. He didn't need me. He could have. I certainly, it's not like I abandoned the business by any means, but I recognized that this guy was going back on his word. And I was making a lot more money than any of his employees too. And he, Monday through Friday, and I did the Sunday for free, just to get the business off the ground. And I knew he wanted me to get back to that schedule because he felt that if he's going to be paying me over $100,000 a year, he wants to get every dime out of me as possible. And so I, within a month, started looking for another job. I actually immediately started looking for another job, and that's why I left. And in my letter to him, why I left, it was I had my lawyer look at it, I had my rabbi look at it, a rabbinical colleague, and it was something that I felt in my heart was the right move for me. And so in my letter, I left because of religious reasons, and yeah, so it was arguable, yeah. I
points out over here that the Israelis
had an issue with it. I'm the one who told the owner of the business, hey, they changed the law. We cannot operate starting January 1st, 2020. The way that we've been operating for the last 5 years. We need to change, and the owner of the business felt that he was still operating within the law. And it was just like basically a thing. We had to argue it, and it was something that would be argued in court and was eventually argued in court. And it'd be very rare to go to jail for something like this, but it was a possibility. And I recognize that once the law changed, that if I were a juror, I would probably side with the plaintiffs and not the defendant. It would have been the defendant. But it could have gone either way. And it doesn't automatically mean that the director goes to jail, the ownership goes to jail. It just means that there's a possibility. And I remember saying to the owner of the business, you could face 1 year in jail. And I'm like, I know, but you have the lawyers for it. Not all of us have the lawyers for it. And he's like, and we had a good lawyer. We had a very good law firm. But it was basically like if this case is decided against us, then the punishment is definitely going to be fiduciary. Like there's going to be a lot of money involved. There are going to be damages, and there were $45 million in damages, and also we were facing a year in jail. But that's not why I left. Nobody ever threatened me with that. That was just something that I knew could possibly happen, but I left for religious reasons. And that's in the big scheme of things, when my life is dissected like I anticipate it will be someday, it will be seen that I did not leave because I thought we were doing something. I knew we were doing something that I didn't feel comfortable with, but the second that I felt pressure for religious reasons, that's why I left. But I was also recognizing that I could not continue to work in this environment much longer because we were already being threatened by the state of California that we may be operating against their new AB5. And so I got out just in time. Well, it wasn't. They're not. The state of California did not feel it was being ambiguous, and
So your message that you weren't allowed to continue. Your senior person made the decision to keep doing it.
Well, but we were changing our business. Exactly, but we were changing the business model to that model that I talked about, where the person who wanted the car wash could name their own price. And if we could have pivoted faster from an application and from an application standpoint, we would be. I feel that we would have been operating legally. So it was kind of one of these things that, okay, perhaps we're, in some people's opinion, not operating legally, but we're changing that model, and we just need to change it. And it wasn't something that you can just change overnight. To change an app, it takes a lot of programming, and then to change it in your API, it's a lot of programming, and it's not just an iOS device. It's not just an iOS app, but it's an Android app. And then you have to teach the contractors, hey, no longer are the washes just $20, $30, $50. Now you're gonna have to counter bid against people to be able to do washes, and you have to train people how to do that, and that's going to take time. Probably would have taken 6 months. And
technical view is this guy has like tons of money. He could easily afford a programmer with stuff like very quickly. I know it's probably not your bread and butter or whatever.
It's really not that easy. You would think so, but it's not. Even just one
I've built apps, but I mean, I'm not saying it's easy.
Riser. I mean, have you ever programmed an iOS app and published it?
Goes through essentially.
No, on the App Store.
Okay, so right there, you don't know what you're talking about. You have to make sure that it meets the App Store's criteria. The app use your app to ensure that it is not only properly programmed, but there aren't any security issues with it. Android does the same thing. To get an app to that level takes time. Also, you don't have one person program both apps. People either focus on being an iOS developer or an Android developer. They're not both. And they're teams that do it. And so we have teams overseas doing it. Additionally, even if we could find someone in Southern California to do it, they're going to want perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're going to want vacation time, benefits. They might want equity. These are all things that the owner of the business did not want to give up. And even still, we couldn't find that person. That person doesn't exist. There wasn't one person who could program the API, an iOS app, an Android app, and be able to test these things. That's another major issue, is the testing. It's just too much work for one person. We had international teams that would provide us with the apps overnight, and those were teams of at least 6 different people from both platforms, and then we had someone who was running the API as well. So that's 13 different people at least. That's
There was a glimmer of hope, like you're actually trying to make progress.
um,
You got cut off by the lawsuit.
well, I mean, once he threatened me of not being able to take off religious holidays, I was done with it. I took the employee, and the other thing too, this is
You made that clear. Yeah, you did make that clear.
in a letter. Yeah, and that was yeah. There were some other.
Like before you came back, you're like, yeah, I'm not sure working for you unless I have my.
Absolutely, and he knew that. He said, "Done." That was the first thing that I told him, and he said, "Done." And then he started creeping back on that as the year went on, and then nobody wants to get back from basically a really celebratory time to a bunch of text messages that say you're taking too much time off when you know this is what you agreed to. And I knew he was going to do this. I knew this guy like the back of my hand. He also owed me a significant amount of money that I was able to get every dime for it, but he wasn't paying me on time because he didn't want me to leave. And so what I did, and the other thing is, he didn't show up to work for 6 months. Once COVID hit, he just never came back to the business. And I think this was his strategy. I really do. He was going to say, look, I'm just the owner of the business. I don't necessarily know what's going on day to day. My employee, my managing director, meaning me, he's the guy who was running this stuff. So if you're going to go after anybody, go after him. And I could have seen that happen because he didn't show up to work for 6 months. This is a guy who would come in at least a few times a week normally. He went from that to nothing once the pandemic. Oh, absolutely. 100%. And so his strategy was this: if I don't show up to work and I get sued, then I can just say that it was my employees doing this, and it was during a pandemic or whatever, and I didn't come in to work. But I had no idea. I didn't know anything about this. So don't come after me. Come after the director. And I was the director. And I could see this happening. And I knew how he operated almost 5 years at that point. And I did not trust this guy further than I could throw him. And so it was at that point, there was like the month of June where I had basically been prepared to pass the project management professional exam, and I'd been studying for that for a year. and I took the employees, each one of them individually, and I trusted them, and they were really good people, and I said to each one of them that I was going to help them to develop their resumes and their cover letters, and if they needed me as a reference, they could use me, but that there was a very high chance that this business could get sued, and if it is, then I don't know what's going to happen to them. They all knew how the owner of this business was. They knew he was an absolute bear. They knew in as many ways as I knew how bad he was. And I said to them, we're going to go through your work history, your contact information, look where I think you could be the best position in the future. And I explained to them, you shouldn't be working here. You should be working for a doctor. You should be working at a bank. You're all bilingual. You're extremely competent from a customer service aspect, and I want to help you to get another job. And so I rewrote all of their resumes, and I talked to one person after I left, and I asked, so what happened? And she said, once the company got sued, the owner fired everybody because he didn't want any connection. He didn't want them to be able to be witnesses, basically, to what was going on. And fortunately, they all found other work. But I wanted to make sure that they were as prepared as possible to be successful, because I knew what was going to come down, and it was a very strange time. This was in the middle of the pandemic. This was early 2020. The guy hadn't come into work. Also, a thing that changed things in Southern California was they made the brick and mortar car ever had far more. Because can you imagine? It was illegal for you to open your brick and mortar car wash. So the only way that people could get their car washed was through on-demand services. Do you recognize, like, because you weren't allowed to, well, for a few reasons. The 6 feet, you remember that whole deal? You couldn't have, like, people working if they were closer than 6 feet, and I think the big argument was from the state of California, the optics of it, that if you have somebody, if you're rolling down your window and somebody's exchanging money and somebody's going inside your car, and you're right there, that you're not going to be able to maintain that 6 feet of distance, so they just shut them down. And basically every business in California that wasn't a drive-through or a had like outdoor service or wasn't considered a what did they call it, a mandatory business, was shut down, and barely made it that mandatory business exception because we were we argued that we were a transportation company, or we had a transportation exemption, and we got away with that. Nobody ever pressed us on it. But it was an incredibly strange time. And then on top of that, there were the protests that were going on, and we had a protest outside of our building because of the whole George Floyd thing. And I remember I thought they were going to destroy my car. They had it completely surrounded, and the police were all there. The protesters were there. I thought they were going to break into the building. And we're fortunate that they didn't, but they did break into buildings down the street. And, you never know what was going to happen with that. It was a very stressful time. But, long story short, I got out just in time, and I was very, very, very happy with the job I got thereafter. Eventually, that's what's allowed me to live as independently as I currently do. It paid way more money. It had benefits. It had stability, and that's how I bought all this. Still, how I pay my rent.
The lower cistern balance.
Go ahead.
Here's the problem. How that we feel.
I love our stories, by the way.
What do you do with the Mishnah? Because the Mishnah espoused the Mishnah said that halacha time is one
No, please invite me.
It's the lower cistern. So who's
So
it's not.
I want you to evaluate whether this idea is better than the professional legal. And also, I looked up the putt more on YouTube, like the pro league, but the whole, they're like, they all look like traditional golf holes, but they're like slightly wavy, like they have wonky, like undulation. It's not like as big or hard like wind. It's like of course, which I feel like for me, putt is like the whole point. It's like, why are we not playing on winning? Guys, so like this. Do you know what truck nuts are? They're like this little ornament that you hang from your trunk, and it really resembles.
Yeah.
So I just find this story so funny, and I feel like it can be made into a movie. Essentially, what happens is in Texas, in like the early 2000s, there was guys, and they basically both came up with the same idea at the same time, allegedly. Like one guy was doing an endeavor, and then some guy yelled like, "I throw some balls and fucking give her or whatever," and then they like had a light bulb moment. Oh, and hang nuts on the truck. And then this other guy also just for whatever. Acceptable with a one just this white bulb moment. Oh, wouldn't it be cool if
that's just the
hang truck nuts and hang them from my car? And so these guys, they created the same idea independently at the same time, and then they just turn into like total dark nemesis of each other, and like they each think that they're the real creator, and they each are like, one guy is like worse than the other, but they're sabotaging each other's businesses. They're doing QR codes, like shady, legal, like the legalest shady shit that you can do to make each other's businesses fail there. And it's just this hilarious story to me of these two guys that both happen to invent truck nuts at the same time in Texas. And it's just going this like crazy battle of like hatred and growing each other. And I feel like it would be amazing. Like an amazing comedy out of that.
I agree. I'm surprised that there aren't more business-related movies. I really like them. Did you watch the one? It's called Flamin' Hot. It's the guy who allegedly came out with Flamin' Hot Cheetos. So Ava Longoria, you know who that is? She's like from Desperate Housewives, this super hot lady. She directed it. She's also directing a new movie with Kim Kardashian and Nikki Glaser, and yeah, no, I think it's just called Flamin' Hot. And this started like a $1 billion revolution. So what it was, this is the story, but this is not technically how it happened, allegedly. But all right, so there was this janitor at the Frito-Lay plant in Plano, Texas, who was he was a janitor, and he I think they had something like they had the Cheetos that were not like they considered like maybe they like made too many Cheetos in a given week or something. You could buy the excess for like cheaper if you were an employee of Frito-Lay. Are you following? Yeah. Okay. So what this guy would do is allegedly he would buy the excess and then take it home and then he was like a Latin man, Latinx man, and when it felt that Cheetos were just not spicy enough, and so he added like some spices to it, and really liked it, and he gave them to some people, I think associated with Frito-Lay. Now, you should know Frito-Lay was owned by Pepsi Cola at the time, and eventually the CEO of Pepsi Cola came to the plant, just like visiting it, and met with the employees, and the janitor guy allegedly said to the CEO, "Oh, hey, I have a really good idea. We should make like spicier Cheetos." And the CEO was like, "Okay, well, talk to the plant manager or whatever about it, and see if they can do anything." However, there isn't any evidence that this conversation ever happened, but this is how it kind of goes in the movie. And so they do all kinds of pushback on this. They're like, "No, you're just a janitor. You don't, you're not like processing of this." But he was like, "No, like I really think this is a good idea." And so he, I think, got a job eventually as like a quality assurance person, and he didn't know what that meant, but basically they were just like, "Look, you could be doing more here than just being a janitor." And he got a job as quality assurance, and then he would bring Cheetos in like these plastic bags. People tried them, and then I think also they were like selling them to people almost like their friends or whatever, and people really liked them. And then the people at the Frito-Lay company were like, "Okay, we'll give it in like a bunch of different places," and amongst the American public, they didn't do really well, but amongst the like Latinx community, they skyrocketed. They were super, super popular, and the people at Frito-Lay said, "Hey, we might have something here," and then eventually they started selling that, and now there's flaming hot everything. There's flaming hot pajamas. There's flaming hot Doritos. There's flaming hot, like onion rings. Like they put that flaming hot shit on all kinds of stuff, and it's a movie about that. And the guy who invented the flaming hot stuff did not make any money off of that idea, but he did become like a motivational speaker for the Frito-Lay company, something like that. Now it's a really great story, right? Well, here's the thing, though. That's not how it technically happened. Apparently, it was executives at Frito-Lay who came up with the idea, and their marketing department felt that this was a really good story, that they could basically say that this, like they could go along with this guy who said that he invented them, but apparently there was, like, let me get the exact story for you, but it was like not as innocent as it seems. What's the deal with the Frito-Lay company saying that they developed the Flamin' Hot?
Why? I was sending you for my conversation.
Dude,
Here's what's interesting.
Yo. Yeah. No. No, he turned into one. Yo.
Why is that
Fucked.
Why is that
Something
set
is fucked up with this phone.
to the bottom of the pipe? Why is that also? Why
The
is that
voice detection. Yo. Yo.
It needs again, it's connected
Yo.
flow to the bottom of that. Now watch this. The bottom system. Remember. Let's play this out. Right, so we've got the upper utensil, upper side.
Yo.
We'll just call it the got. Right, that's where the grapes are crushed. Right, so crushing happens.
I hate
liquid
Frito Lay
down the pipe.
voice.
Then what happens?
Frito Lay.
It's a string attached to the
Flamin'
pipe.
Hot.
And then again, what we call
Real story.
what we call ultimately again the cistern is on the bar, I should say. Is on the bottom.
All right. The story of Richard Montanez inventing Flaming Hot Cheetos as Frito-Lay janitor is widely disputed and not supported by company records. Frito-Lay's official stance, based on internal investigation, is that Montanez did not create Flaming Hot Cheetos. The company stated, "None of our records showed he did." The snack was developed in 1989 by a team of employees at Frito-Lay at their corporate headquarters in Plano, Texas, specifically Lynn Greenfeld, who was tasked with creating a spicy snack. The product was tested in 1990 and launched nationally in 1992. Montanez's account claimed he took unflavored Cheetos home after a machine malfunction, seasoned them with chili powder, inspired by a Mexican street food, and pitched the idea to CEO Roger Enrico. However, this timeline is inconsistent. Enrico did not join Frito-Lay until 1991, months after the product had already been tested. Despite the controversy, Montanez did rise from janitor to executive at Frito-Lay and played a role in marketing to Hispanic consumers. Frito-Lay acknowledges his contribution to the company and its understanding of the Latinx market, but does not credit him with the invention of Flamin' Hot Cheetos. The 2023 film Flamin' Hot, directed by Eva Longoria, is marked a true story, but is based on Montanez's perspective. The filmmakers stated that they were aware of the dispute, but chose to tell his story as his truth. Frito-Lay has not opposed the film, calling it Richard Montanez's story told from his point of view. Does that make sense?
Incredible.
Yeah. No, it sounds like
I'm surprised that there aren't more movies like that, though. I love that kind of shit. That kind of shit is so cool to me.
I think there
We'll talk about
movies that involve the business side, but they make sure war dogs
let's get to that. So, you might want to suggest before you so you always suggest that ultimately again it's a flow. So there's a flow ultimately again from the basket to the lower cistern.
There's some other going on. You know how you say like kind of they're like knockoffs or like a problem or
you might
like case regardless of what happened, let's say that
maybe
the janitor in some other reality, janitor invented this flame and hot, and then the company just did not allow, just stole his idea and took all the profits, right?
Right.
So with the mini cut television show, how do you stop the PGA Tour from stealing the idea? Aside from, I mean, I guess before you even pitch them, you have to get them to sign a contract. Like you owe me money or whatever.
What do you mean?
Maybe it's much simpler. You don't have to rely on Nitzel. Maybe the case the question over here is where the lever
You go, you pitch the mini cut show with PGA.
rose to the point.
The PGA guy, the head guy, and he's like, okay, thank you for the idea. And then they go off, they do the show, it's a huge success, and then I end up with zero money. And so, like a protection for how do they not rip me off, like, I don't know, some contract that forces them to give me payment to go through or basically you do deal on my terms or something.
Okay.
Okay, incredible.
I mean,
Let's go back.
so you're just saying, how do you protect your?
There was a young child.
As many idea.
Right. But you're saying. How do you?
Very young age. She says that yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, it's just an idea, right? At this point, it's just an idea. Okay.
6 years old.
Okay.
6-year-old.
So how?
Master
Would
ask yourself, why did you have to tell me this? So very simple, what's high school, beautiful high school, that could accomplish whatever you put your mind to. There are things in life that seem impossible.
How would I
get people to sign a contract before they hear the idea? That's like, if they steal the idea, I'm entitled to all of the money for it.
How would I?
Before we even try. Every once in a while, the Gemara does like kind of like sprinkles. It's just ridiculous,
Useless.
to tell us if we apply ourselves.
Why the fuck? How would I protect myself?
How would I protect myself?
Presentation, really? A child 6 years old, ultimately again mastered the sentence. You may say, oh, yeah,
How would I protect myself if I were to?
You wouldn't accept. You know why? Because there's no great course in mastering something beautiful.
Let's say I have a really good idea for a business, and I take it to another business, like a really good mini golf idea, and I take it to ESPN. How do I stop them from not ripping it off?
really must have done something amazing at the 6'5". If you're 6'5", that's good for you. That's because part of the thing. If you're 5'5", you don't get on. You know what? Now, if you really underperform at 5'5", you're really expecting.
Okay, so you use NDAs, document your prior art, so timestamp everything, the format's patent, email the full proposal to yourself. It provides a third-party timestamp of your concept's existence. Copyrights and trademarks. You can't copyright an idea, but you can copyright the specific written rules. The architectural drawing of the course and the trademark name of the business. The black box pitch. Don't give the secret sauce in the first meeting. Pitch the what, not the how. Sell the execution. Work with an IP attorney. Look for provisional patent application. Does that answer your question?
Tell us that there was this child
Probably, yeah.
about 6 years old tells us in the there is nothing that's
I don't think you can protect the idea. Okay, that's not your golfer to play mini golf. That's my idea.
I don't think you can protect that.
I don't think you can. But NDA, wouldn't that, if they sign it, protect it?
What if they don't sign it?
If they don't sign it, well, then they don't hear the pitch.
Okay.
Okay. You have to be honest. You have to introspect. You have to recognize that more often than not, the reason we don't cross those finish lines
Some contract that they have to sign before that doesn't reveal the idea at all.
They're not going to do that, though.
So there was this kid, the master level of 6 years old boy, they asked the following question.
I mean, I can tell you, I've worked with ESPN personally. They've taken me to lunch. And I know I say it, but I've signed their biggest, their highest paid employee on television. I signed to a very well negotiated contract, and in order to do business with them, you got to sign a lot of paperwork in order to just get in the door. So they may say to you that you have to sign an NDA, but they may not sign an NDA. I know that they check your credit. They basically want to make sure that you have funds in the bank. So if they're going to do anything with you, they want to make sure you're vetted.
Yes. How can you say yes?
No, I mean, you don't have to be a millionaire, but basically, like, they're gonna want to know what you have. If they want to. Okay, so then you would do what I just said. You get an NDA. If they want to sign it, great. If they don't want to sign it, they don't have to. But then you just wouldn't have them sign it. But then you make sure that everything is time stamped, or you don't give everything away. It's all the stuff that we just said.
How do you not give away the thing without saying, okay,
No, that's not
it's
ultimately
it's an activity with professionals that makes money through advertising, streaming. How do you not give away? How do you not give away any plus $1?
Well, that's the thing. It's that's the thing. You can't patent or trademark that idea, but your rules. So you would have specific rules. So you could go in there and you'd be like, hey, we've got this idea for celebrity golf. I know that it's already been done, but I have better rules than the other guys. But I can't tell you the rules right now. If you're interested, then let's get to negotiation. I already have the rules patented, and then you could give them whatever your special rules are. Does that make sense?
Why don't they just twist the rule a little bit, you don't have to deal with it.
Well, then they're gonna open themselves up to a lawsuit.
But they didn't sign anything.
That's okay if they still take your idea and steal it, then you can sue them for it.
Yeah, but they just twist one rule and half that's like, okay, instead of having a free stroke, like they just use like some beneficial, it's just like Chinese people knocking off products slightly, and then just SOL.
Yeah, I mean, it's the idea is did they change it enough? If they changed it enough, then it's a different game, right?
Yeah, I mean, as fans, here's like one distinction is like that's unique kind of element to it. What else would you include in this?
Okay. So you're saying anybody? You're saying anybody in the?
I don't know. Has anyone patented the idea of a television series about professional golfers competing against like mini putters and mini putt course designed by fans?
Well, look. Has anybody patented the idea of having professional golfers play against professional mini golf players and also allow fans to send in course ideas?
So what? Possibility number one is he's waiting to see is someone machmir like Rabbi Nosson. Because Rabbi Nosson holds that if an akum touches wine,
there's no evidence professional mini golf players not allowing fans to submit course designs has been patented. However, individual components of such a concept may be protectable under intellectual property law. Professional golfers versus mini golf players. While the idea of competition between these two groups is not patented, the concept of sports crossover events, like having PGA Tour PGA players compete on wacky mini golf courses has been discussed on platforms like Reddit as a fun, entertaining idea. No patent exists for this exact format. Fan-supported ideas or fan competitive formats could fall under interactive digital platforms or crowdsourcing systems, which are patentable. For example, patents exist for interactive sports platforms, digital game design, and user-generated content systems used in gaming and entertainment. Patentable elements. While the overall idea may not be patentable as a concept, as rules and formats of sports competitions are generally not protectable under patent or copyright law, specific technologies involved, such as a digital platform for fans to submit and vote on course designs, a dynamic course generator using AI to assemble holes fan output or from fan input, a real-time scoring and broadcasting system for hybrid golf or mini golf events, or a virtual reality simulation of the course could be patented. Does that answer your question? Let's see what Reddit says. This is what a pro mini golf competition is like. Oh, it doesn't work. Well, here's the thing. Let's say you crowdsource this idea. Who's going to say that? Like somebody submits their idea and you
that no one has submitted to them because they don't even have that option to submit it. Unless that person somehow psychically advocated that whole design that they create, and they're probably fine.
When it is clear that the outcome's contact with the wine
religious in nature. If you're really that interested in it, you would get a patent attorney. But patent attorneys are some of the most expensive attorneys that you can get. They might. They hear great ideas every single day. That's why they're patent attorneys. But that doesn't mean that they're going to do it for free. But it's not out of, like, you probably could get all the paperwork done for $5,000. So it's not like $500 million. Yeah, but you're gonna need. I mean, you You definitely could do it on your own. But what do you have here that's special? No, you basically have an idea that already exists, which is mini golf, and having a crossover in it, which already exists. And your idea is just to crowdsource people's ideas, which already exist. Now, if you have like Ace, I mean, they don't have one every year, but they've done it before.
Can't drink it, get hana, and ultimately Rabbi Shimon can get hana.
When did the PGA Tour host some kind of event, a mini golf event? Okay, the PGA Tour official development. Okay. When has there been a crossover event between professional golfers and mini golf? All right. Wait, hold on. What was that event with Scotty Scheffler for Golf Channel, where they did all kinds of things for like they were like skills challenges? Optum Golf Channel games, a primetime made-for-TV skills competition. This just happened at Trump National Golf Club. Rory McIlroy. Okay, so they had a time drive competition, time short game competition, 14 club challenge, team relay, captain's challenge. Okay, what you're thinking is, but they've never had PGA Tour players play mini golf. PGA Tour players.
Interestingly enough, the Gemara is bringing up this is a discussion regarding specifically at what
Wait. And, hold on. In Australia, they did.
One becomes subject to Trumas.
There's like one professional golfer.
Short line,
That's right.
third line, and
People are already affected by that.
I get that. You're thinking that because somebody's on the PGA Tour, they're good at mini golf. And I'm making the argument that they're actually not good at mini golf. They're probably a little bit better than average. Mini golf involves.
Abstract tools. They're wonky greens, but they can't prepare you for like the crazy, not crazy,
Or has there ever been a pro golfer versus a pro mini golfer crossover event? If so, why not? not?
same finished
If so, why not?
Who do you think would win?
Who do you think would win?
So Gemara says as follows. Interestingly enough, when it comes to when it's the Mishnah
Yes,
says,
there
when
have
wine
been
is
crossover
finished,
events and discussions about matchups between professional golfers and professional mini golfers. Though formal high-profile head-to-head competitions are rare. Gary Hester, a two-time reigning champion of the $25,000 U.S. Pro Mini Golf Association at Hawaiian Rumble, has stated outright that they couldn't beat us, emphasizing that even elite PGA Tour players would struggle with extensive preparation and practice in mini golf. And I agree with that. He notes that professional mini golf players, they train on angles and stuff, train specifically for the unique challenges of the game, such as brick walls, moving obstacles, and deceptive slopes, where precision and course-specific knowledge are paramount. Similarly, Ryan Kotrick, the announcer for the PGA Tour Network, covered the USPGA Masters and observed that even skilled scratch golfers who play at or near par were kicked ass by the pros. He noted that Jordan Spieth or Kevin Na would likely struggle against the top-tier mini golf competitors like two-time champion Olivia Prokopova or Matt Mayo, who holds the record for the lowest sub-30 average in tournament history. While no official PGA Tour versus mini golf showdown has been held, informal events like Bros versus Pros mini golf, suggested for streamers like Ludwig Augen, highlight the growing interest into such matchups. These would likely involve handicaps and best ball formats to balance the skill gap. In a direct matchup, professional mini golfers would almost certainly win due to their specialized training, deep familiarity with the course design, and ability to handle the randomness and obstacles that define the game, elements not present in traditional golf. What were you saying? No, they're saying that mini golfers would dominate regular golfers.
Even though it has begun to fall into strength, it takes
very abstract, like there's no like obstacle no matter who they from at least what I've seen.
You've never seen a windmill?
No, there's like one that I saw was like a regular like golf course with like man traps and like a bunch of crazy slopes. There's no iron ship, no dolphins, no windmills. cloud,
wine in the
no
system,
thing,
or
like,
any system has
that's
this
what we want to see. The people, there's no Amazon show that has existed where the pros are battling the medieval people on very interesting holes. And it's actually a serious enough.
So you're saying,
That's the mark
you're asking, did the Holy Moly Golf Show ever have a clown or a windmill or any kind of classical
from the upper vat
miniature golf
the pipe
obstacles?
that even though the wine in the lower
I
system
think their problem wasn't the whole.
Okay, so yes, Holy Moly prominently features clowns, windmills, and other classic miniature golf obstacles. It has windmills, clowns, it has slippery slopes, slip and putts, water hazards, zip lines, teens, glacier climbs, and moving platforms, all designed to test skill and physical daring.
Therefore, you see the fundamental types. Here's the fundamental macrobials. So what point
Yes, and
finished product. Now, that question
I was
is
gonna say, like, the problem was not the whole. The problem was that
triggers and obligations.
it's a bunch of non-golfers that are trying to make golf entertaining.
Okay,
It should be way more interesting when the best people in the world are.
do you know how expensive that would be, though, to get the best people in the world to show up?
The PGA Tour already has those people. Like they're event. Like they can invite them.
But that doesn't mean that they have to show up
Why do the NHL players show up to the All-Star game?
because they have paid incentives to do so.
Okay. So I don't know. Do you know that? Is it in their contract that they signed that if they're drafted into the All-Star game, do they get bonus money for that?
Do professional players get paid extra for the All-Star game, or do they do it voluntarily? No, professional players do not receive direct payment from the league for simply participating in the All-Star game, but they do earn money through various bonuses and perks. All-Star game bonus. Players on the winning team of the MLB All-Star game split an $800,000 bonus pool, which averages to about $25,000 per player. This bonus is awarded only if they play and are on the roster of the winning team. Then there are fan vote bonuses, where they can get $15,000. Here's the big one, though. Some players have all-star selection clauses in their contracts. For example, one guy got $100,000 for making an all-star team, while other people get $50,000. And then there's the home run derby and skills competition. The home run derby winner receives $1 million.
Not only once it's put into the barrels with its foam. So we have a problem.
Hold on. And then the NBA does pay the guys for the All-Star game. If they're on the winning team, they get $100,000. And the losers get $25,000. Nobody's gonna watch it unless you market it.
Here's my focus. focus? When, at what point
Why would they not? Why would the PGA Tour not
what are
market?
the ramifications of
Because
marketing finished
there's an
product?
argument to be made that it is going to
Number two,
water down their events, and their guys are probably going to lose. So it hurts their reputation.
Because we have the upper fat.
Okay, well, maybe it's a PGA only event. You don't need the pro golfers. They bring nothing to the table anyway.
Okay, so now you're talking about guys who are PGA Tour players, so you have to pay them. So what's the purse going to be?
It's like super equivalent to the NHL game or the basketball. PGA Tour, they have the money. Those, did you say that the NHL All-Star game or the skills competition that includes hockey, these guys have fun for one day?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The skills competition. Here's the thing. The skills competition are hockey skills. The skills competition in golf are golf skills. Mini golf. There's not a single time where the guy has to hit it off a brick or hit it in the clown valve. That's not a skill that the PGA Tour promotes. That's a different sport.
One is considered to be finished when it gets to the lower sister.
I get what you're saying. They're using a putter to hit a ball, but the PGA Tour is going to say you have to have the art of reading a green and knowing the hardness of the green and perhaps if wind's involved, like all of that takes skill. Hitting a ball against a concrete brick through a clown's mouth and then through a windmill, that's not as much skill, and we don't want to water down our product. On top of that, we don't want people to perhaps like this sport even more than our own sport. Our own sport is based on the promotion of, with country clubs and all of these really high luxury brands and stuff. We don't want to take that and then water it down with a clown.
Like, it's such a good thing that people want to see so badly that you can't do it.
I would say that the PGA Tour would say this. If anything, we should start another league that is the mini golf league, but that already exists. Well, wait. Now you're saying that you just need better holes, right? Okay. So it's not going to be PGA Tour players now. It's going to go back to professional mini golf players.
Yeah, but in order for it to be big, okay, I understand the point that you're making about it not being a one-to-one skill. Okay, but in the All-Star game, or for the skills competition, anyways, in the NHL, the deep moves in the shootout, which is the number one event, and then also how realistic is the hardest shot competition. You skate in from like the blue line to like the hash mark, or like the top of the circle. You just have like you just tee off on with the puck, which is just so unrealistic to the pace and like actual having a real hockey game that it's just never happened in a real hockey game and people dressed up like cowboys and doing the most ridiculous dive like swimming on the ice moves like Ovechkin did. They're just like being ridiculous and clowny. So
Wait, but that's the
those dunks are not at all a realistic skill that they're going to use in the game. It's cool to watch. It's fun to watch. It's entertaining to watch. The game, the NHL, the league, or all these leagues, they value entertainment because it's very more. They don't, like, obviously people would probably want to, I mean, if you do these one-off events, like if they did a shootout competition and a dunk competition every weekend, it would lose its uniqueness. It's only fun because it's like a rare, fun thing to do. It's like whatever they're like Christmas. It comes once a year. Christmas is every weekend.
I have a question for you. How many dunk competitions has LeBron James ever won? I know the answer. How many dunk competitions has LeBron James ever participated in?
Which is a
And a major reason is well, he says he doesn't want to get hurt, but a major reason is he doesn't want to lose. And many of these guys don't want to lose on national television because their ball hit the clown's mouth. That's not what they do. They would much rather lose on the 18th hole under normal conditions because they were one shot back and they just weren't good enough than to lose because their ball hit the windmill.
So remember, whatever
I mean, well, they should have had a better shot if they're so good. They should find themselves better.
I get that, but that's what they do. That's what they practice. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they practice. They don't practice hitting it through a clown's mouth. Okay, so how could you get?
I think the PGA players would be really enthusiastic about it. And it would be fun for them because they know how much the fans
here.
And there's like a rivalry between them.
Here's where I think it would work. If you could get really big purses, then you could get it to work. So basically,
you have the PGA Tour. You have to convince the PGA Tour, and then the whole thing's okay.
I don't think you convince the PGA Tour. I think you convince the mini golf league to do more advertising and see if they can eventually get a television contract. And then once they do that, then
That's a good.
bigger than the PGA Tour. I'm serious. I think you could. I have. If you turn the mini golf league into NASCAR, where you sold every square inch of everything for advertising, you could make a lot of money doing that.
That's a good point, but I mean that's better. PGA as well. It's like PGA as well. It's like
Yeah, but they don't want to. They don't want their thing to be NASCAR. They're about luxury brands and stuff. And that's not so much along the lines of luxury brands.
The upper receptacle.
ban advertisements.
No, they don't ban advertisements. But it, like, there's a reason why.
I know spam.
There was something about Augusta. Yo, dog, what was the thing with Augusta National that they would limit advertising because that's just how they are, and they don't allow advertising on the course or something, or limit it? Like, what are their rules? They like limit. They used to even say on their commercials, limit the amount of commercials during the Masters to like 12 minutes an hour.
I mean, there's nothing saying there's nothing saying that like the whole entire toe and NASCAR advertisements. Does it all be done in a classic way?
I agree. I think it could be done in a cool way. Not that they have mutually exclusive.
Sounds like a plot of a. We're gonna make the mini golf. I mean, that's basically. The question is. The question is DJ Tour or mini golf. I mean, I think PGA Tour is like a prime candidate, and that's the mini golf league is like the fall. But even a mini pub league, like those guys will have like tons of personality, like they're professional mini pub players.
So Augusta says no on-course advertising. So they have zero signage sports sponsorship. Now you have to understand, and I know you do, Augusta National is filled with billionaires. They don't need the money. Limited TV commercials. They're basically the pace car. Limited TV commercials. They limit it to 4 minutes per hour when other PGA Tour events are 18 to 20 minutes. No corporate sponsorship on air. Again, Augusta National does not allow TV sponsors during the broadcast, even though could generate millions in revenue. In 2002, they dropped all TV ads entirely to resist pressure to admit female members, demonstrating their willingness to forego income for principle. Control over broadcasting rights. Instead of selling exclusive TV rights, Augusta National allows CBS and ESPN to broadcast the tournament for free in exchange for control over production, announcers, and content. So they allow CBS and ESPN to broadcast it for free.
Back into the upper utensil, and when you do that, then even the contents of the upper utensil become asur.
So that's even a thought. That's even a thought. You allow ESPN, let's say ESPN2, to broadcast your event for free. And in exchange, you've just got corporate sponsors all over the place. And the big thing is, and we can't avoid this, how much is the prize money?
Makes the contents of the upper utensil asur.
It's not a PGA.
I'm optimistic that it's like assuming it's like how much do you get sponsors of the Amazon series budget?
This particular case right here, we'll talk about.
I mean, look, to get okay, if you want it to be PGA, let's say it is PGA. To get a PGA player, you got to offer $1 million. You'll probably have to offer a $15 million purse, and the winner might get $1 million or two.
Therefore, again, it's as if
it is not a skills competition. That's something different. This is a mini golf competition. We're gonna ask because I think that's different. That's like sand traps and shit. Competition equivalent for the PGA Tour.
The actual basket that is attached to the bottom of the pipe is submerged.
Mini golf tournaments are not skills competition equivalent for the PGA Tour. Instead, they are part of a broader ecosystem of lower tier professional golf tours that serve a stepping stone for aspiring players aiming to reach the PGA Tour. Skill level, mental competitive pressure, developmental pathway. They're talking about mini. I should have said like miniature golf. Miniature golf.
Into the lower system.
They were thinking like small golf tournaments. Miniature golf tournaments are not skills competitions equivalent to the PGA Tour. Though they showcase high-level precision and strategic play within their own specialist domain. While PGA Tour players excel in full-size golf with complex course management, physical endurance is seen in events like the U.S. Pro Mini Golf Association's Masters. Demands a different, highly specialized skill set. These include advanced geometry-based aiming, micro-adjustments for surface textures and obstacles, and consistent, repeatable putting under intense pressure. Skills that are not directly transferable.
She says, no, but she's shunning.
She's
6 years old.
I can see the argument,
6-year-old child.
but I also
mastered
disagree that
these
like the dunk contest or the shootout is like a practical demonstration of NHL skills or not. Again, they're just not practical skills.
I get that.
And even the
I get
stick
that.
handling, like we me and my dad the stick handling competition too, like same problem. It's just not like that. It's like a drill. It's like
Okay.
there's not
Okay. So I'm gonna help you with this. I'm gonna help you with this. I'm gonna help you with this. I get what you're saying too. I get what you're saying too. Jumping over a car to make a slam dunk, that's not done in the sport. I get it. Okay, so I'm gonna help you with this. I'm gonna I'm not, and that's why I think it's kind of a bullshit thing. I'm gonna steel man this for you. So just one moment. Yo, dog, steel man this for me. I want the highest rated idea for a miniature golf tournament. Would it be a crossover between professional golfers from the PGA Tour and miniature golf professionals, or would it be celebrities? How much of a prize would we need for first and a purse? Would we do this like a one-time thing, or would it be a series? Maybe even like its own like league where you do this annually. How many holes would you have? Where would it be on TV? I want the best argument to be made. What would be needed to get this event to be as big as an NFL game?
Tells us, there is nothing that stands.
Yo, this is actually a banger. Let's fully steel man it. The core idea. Refined. Elite mini golf becomes a new spectator sport, not novelty, not charity, not a joke. Think poker on ESPN plus UFC production plus Top Golf Live. This is the most important decision. Not celebrities only. Celebrities equals short-term pop, zero legitimacy, dice fast. Not PGA pros only. PGA guys are great, but mini golf is a different skill set. If they dominate, it's boring. If they don't, it looks gimmicky. The Steelman answer: tri-tier format. You create contrast, rivalry, and storylines. A field. 16 mini golf pros, world champions, course designers, savants. 16 mini golf. 16 PGA Tour players. And 16 celebrities. Just one moment.
Yes. You're allowed to. Go ahead and with the
no, 16 Wildcard Pros, World Champion, 16 PGA World Tour Pros, and 16 wildcards. Elite YouTubers, former athletes, one A-list celebrity for eyeballs, not downloads. Narrative writes itself. Real golf doesn't translate. These mini golf guys are killers. Can the PGA Tour adapt in their pleasure? Format: how to make it watchable. Holes: 18 holes total, but broken into acts, not one long slog. Structure: Act 1, 6 holes, seating as trash talk. Act 2, 6 holes, elimination plus time pressure. Act 3, 6 holes, finals, head-to-head, sudden death. No hole longer than 45 seconds of screen time. Rules: key to drama, shot clock, 10 to 15 seconds, no practice putts. Obstacles are strategic, not clowny bank shots, slopes, risk reward routes. Prize money, this is non-negotiable. Minimum viable height, $5 billion total purse, $1.5 billion to first place, everyone gets paid. Why? It signals legitimacy, PGA guys take it seriously. Mini golfers become overnight stars, media respects money. NFL comparison, you're not competing with salaries, you're competing with stakes per minute watched. One-time event or league. Steelman answer: a seasonal league, not a one-off. Year one flagship event, like a Super Bowl equivalent. Year 2, 6 to 8 events per season. Point-based standings, championship purse doubles. This is how UFC, Formula 1, and poker survive. Where it happens, underrated. Not a random mini golf course, not outdoors. Custom built arena, 5,000 to 1,000 seats. 5,000 to 10,000 seats. Indoor modular course that changes every year. LED greens, overhead cams, ball tracking. Think the Sphere meets Augusta for putters. Vegas, Dallas, Orlando, or LA. Broadcast strategy critical. Simulcast or it dies. Primarily ESPN, Fox Sports, Amazon Prime. Secondary Amazon Prime. Secondary YouTube plus Twitch. Free holes, alternative commentary. Third screen live betting overlays, real time per hole. Fantasy mini golfer. Mini golf is perfect for betting because high variance, best outcomes, easy to understand. How it becomes as big as the NFL. Real talk. It won't beat the NFL, but it can become Super Bowl adjacent in event gravity. What it needs: characters, loud mouths, loud mini golf villains, ice cold PGA killers, narratives, traditional golf fails here. This guy never lost or felt. This guy's never lost on felt. Money, no joke purse, production, shot clocks, mics, graphics, instant replay. Consistency, annual ritual, same weekend every year. Think the Masters of Chaos. Final verdict is Steelman take. The optimal version is a professional mini golf league with real money, featuring elite mini golfers plus PGA pros. Broadcast like a combat sport, marketed like poker plus F1, and treated with zero irony. There you go. So it looks like you're going to need at least to put asses in the seats, $5 billion for a purse. That's just the payout. You also have to make sure that these guys are going to get paid just to show up. And you've got to build the course and have like people watch. Does that answer your? Yeah, that's a big draw. That I agree with you.
Here is the best argument for
And
why
there's
the
absolutely
city
no
hall
theological
should
basis
exist.
in
Okay.
fact
That
that
TGL
still
bullshit
says
hitting into like the fucking screen.
awesome time.
Yeah, I'm like, and they're trying to replicate mini golf. There, but they, oh yeah, look at these outer guys.
Remember, not just
They're like,
I'm a Jew, right? I hired
wide, it's like highly strange bullshit things happening. And there's professional golfers in them already, like Rory McIlroy and whoever the fuck else. Like, they're already PGA tours are branching off and doing that bullshit.
Not for religious
So,
purposes, but it's
Like,
just
I think that the world of golf
contact
is primed to expand. Like you just
this time, no?
you're right. It's funny to hear how AI like just how it's able to fucking blow out of its ass like perfect like situation, and then I do agree with like its analysis of what it just stated. It was a very solid plan, and I literally could picture that becoming a
It's money. It's money. It's not religion.
Okay,
It's measuring the wine.
but that's under perfect.
That's under perfect.
Let me ask you this:
You shouldn't drink it.
why would the PGA Tour be against this and not allow its guys to participate?
But ultimately, you should sell it and you're allowed to keep the proceeds.
Great question, and this is exactly the landmine you hit on it. Short version, it's not about mini golf, it's about control, precedent, and brand risk. Here's a clean, strongest case for the PGA is their core power. The PGA Tour's leverage over players is built on media rights, sponsorship obligations, schedule control. Into a non-PGA televised high-stakes golf-adjacent league, it weakens their entire model. They're still scarred from live golf, and this triggers the same alarm. If we let this slide, what do we say no to next? Even if it's just putt-putt, the precedent matters more than the activity. Brand protection. They hate looking silly. Mini golf reads as unserious to traditional golf leadership. Their fear. Viral clips of PGA Tour star missing their clown brand. Memes will take over prestige. Casual fans confusing the best golfer in the world with lost at mini golf. To them, that's brand delusion, even if the audience loves it. This is the same reason NBA once resisted dunk contests. Boxing resisted celebrity crossovers. Tennis resisted pickleball cross promo. Institutions are allergic to irony. Injury and insurance risk. This sounds small, but it's very real from the point of view slippery surfaces, awkward stances, freak wrist injuries, no tour controlled medical oversight. If a $30 million a year player tweaks a wrist outside tour jurisdiction, sponsors and insurers freak out, and the tour eats the blame. Money signal, $1.5 million to win, that's a problem. Why? It implies market value outside the tour. It undermines tour leverage in negotiations. It shows players they can monetize without PGA approval. That's exactly what Live proved, and the tour is suffering because of it. Just one moment. Live tour, yeah.
So again,
So
he came to Shmuel.
just
Said what? Shmuel doesn't answer.
every 30.
Why not?
Wait.
He wanted to see
So
anyone.
it shows that players can monetize without PGA approval. This is exactly what Live proved, and the tour is now hyper defensive. Media rights conflict. If this airs on ESPN, Amazon dollars narrative space. Even worse, if it's fun, fast, and clips well, because the highlights, because that highlights how slow PGA broadcasts are. They don't want that comparison. Player autonomy is the real fear. The tour does not want players to realize, wait, I don't need 72 holes in 4 days to be valuable. A 90-minute format. The key insight, this is important. The PGA Tour would not oppose this because it's bad. They'd oppose it because it might be too good. And that's what I said too. How you beat this without going to war? If you want participation, you don't fight them, you reframe it. Option A, position it as an off-season skills exhibition. No FedEx points, no rankings impact, charity component, optics, for optics, explicitly branded as skills. This gives them cover. Option B, partner with the players, not the tour. Retired players, Corn Ferry guys, DP World Tour players, rising stars not fully locked in. Once it's successful, the tour comes to you. Option C, make them look smart for saying this. The PGA logo presence, revenue share, broadcast cross promotion, presented by PGA Tour language. Institutions don't want credit, they want control. Final truth, no sugarcoating. If this works, the PGA Tour will block it, try to co-opt it, and eventually copy it. That's not a flaw. It's the signal you nailed. It's the signal you nailed it.
Copy it if they're a partner.
Because they're going to want to control it with their own stuff.
Honor of David Hefter's 54th bar
Yeah, but if it's already been broadcast, and we have, I guess they could cancel the contract or whatever, and then rip it off.
Somebody,
I think like they said, it's like there's already leverage. I don't know, there's, you go after, I don't know, like the TGL shit is allowed apparently because PGA Tour has a stake in the TGL and owns like 18%. So TGL is a unique format combining golf with simulated indoor golf and is designed to appeal to a younger audience, which I think that this TikTok format also does. And so the league founders aimed at running golf fan base create a more engaging experience. So I think this is just better than DGL golf in every way, in my opinion. And it's, you can do it live in a stadium.
Look, you're getting at the point where it's more exciting than regular golf. But the golfers who would participate in it are not as good as the mini golf players. You should go after the mini golf players.
That's why the headline is like, can the PGA Tour players beat the pro mini golf players?
And the PGA Tour won't let that happen.
He served as bizarre. He asked the following question.
There's still ex-pros or whatever that are famous. Like there's other ways to grow it still, where you could probably be like, look, our first season, like I don't know, they allow the TGL to exist because they earn money from it. It's like you can look at your next generation of like TikTok consumers, like do they have the attention span to watch 4 days of like mundane golf, or do they want to just watch exciting action golf on like a goofy LED course that's like a bowling themed putt course that changes to another theme, you know?
I get what you're saying. I think that instead of trying to get the PGA guys who aren't even good, and even if you did get them, nobody's going to watch professional golfers versus professional mini golfers outside of sports fans. You're not going to get some lady to watch it who watches cooking shows all day. That lady's not going to watch it. But if you could get either you focus on the
all the money is with the PGA Tour.
yeah, that isn't not necessarily. There are a lot of opportunities to market this outside the PGA Tour.
I mean, the advertising, it's opening up a new market for betting. It's getting an Amazon show, and there's all the sponsorship money. It's still like a profit producing.
You're going to run into you're going to run into an issue where the PGA Tour is going to say to ESPN, if you show this, then we don't want you showing us.
Yeah, but Amazon streaming service can just pick it up, and they can't do anything.
Same with
PGA will pick it up.
Same with Amazon. They can fight you. They can say that we won't have any PGA Tour programming on here ever.
Why? Because there's a mini golf.
Yeah, like I just read, they don't want the competition. They don't want 90 minute, really exciting golf when their stuff takes 4 fucking days.
Towards those who serve ROTHSCHILD. The question was,
They don't want the competition.
Over the ROTHSCHILD. Seems like people jealous of something. It seems like there's something there.
Yeah, but if it's such a valuable thing that people want, I mean, you're saying they're just, it's still, it's like you're just cheating your thing. But, I mean, you can make the argument that golf is like dying out in like this format, and it's like their only escape option practically.
I agree, but there's the argument to be made. There's the argument to be made that mini golf hit its peak in 1960 because of the expense of real estate.
He's already married. He decided to take a second wife.
There are,
Sure, but I mean, going to like a live epic mini event, mini golf event, like people are still going to events, concerts, and like sporting events.
now
Maybe like the next UFC.
think about no, it's not the next UFC. Think about the mini golf aspect. People are going to bore with that unless you make it really exciting. Look, the best thing you could do is just go to the current people who do mini golf and say, look, you have a really great product. You're not marketing it correctly. You need to put more advertising everywhere, which will get you bigger pots, which will get you the ability to maybe get on ESPN. They're already on ESPN. And on ESPN too. But that will give people more lucrative. Like, they don't advertise for it. And there's the opportunity that they might be able to advertise for it. You know, you'd really be able to blow this out of the water through social media. If you get some really cool shots on social media, I mean, I can tell you, I don't think I've ever seen hype. You don't get any influencers who hype over mini golf. It's kind of seen as a kiddie thing. But if you could get some influencers hyped about it, that's where you're going to make a lot of money.
I mean, I've seen YouTube videos of people making their own, like, quote-unquote, epic mini golf course.
Not YouTube. I'm talking TikTok, Instagram, 15 seconds, really short, where people get excited over.
It's because of previews to get the
Exactly. And then on top of that, if you've ever seen these events, the real ones, I've seen them. They have like 30 people who are in the crowd. It's just like a set of bleachers. You need to get with a stadium, and you have to say like, hey, we want to have this in the middle of AT&T Field in Dallas, or in the middle of SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. And then you have to rent that out, which is really, really expensive. No. I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you do either. But if you're gonna have, if you want to make money on this deal, you would.
for nothing to something really painful.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, yeah. If there's some influencer behind it that's just pushing it to sell it out, like Mark Cuban gets on it, like, just pitch it to Mark Cuban, and he's like, yeah, this is dope. We're going to throw it in Dallas. Every single person in Dallas buys it.
To leave for a better life. But sometimes, says the Navi Yirmiyah, people leave for no reason. What are they going? What better are they getting onto to Agrippas? You know, if a person leaves for something better, Kodesh Baruch Hu is not going to be jealous. Now, the reality of that doesn't exist. But if you leave for Avodah Zarah for something worse, Kodesh Baruch Hu is like, this is what
Apologies. I think that.
Remember what I said about Mark Cuban?
Please repeat it.
But like, yeah, if you stadium and had some big influencer behind it, like Mark Cuban, and they like, yeah, I will literally get every single person in Dallas to come out to this
Okay.
big sport guy with $1 billion. Like best more things and sports.
He the thing that he says that he regrets most not investing is that game called it's that game slam ball or whatever with it's like a mini trampoline. So you might be able to get him to say, "Hey, you missed out on that. So don't miss out. This is the next big thing." All right. So let's say the thing is, it's still very gimmicky. People will get sick of just watching the. It's entertaining, and it was entertaining on ABC for 3 seasons. They showed 45 different holes. Or 40.
It wasn't competitive, but it wasn't the mini golf holes, just too gimmicky. It wasn't like for real estate. According to ChatGPT,
I mean, why don't we just watch what one of the things looked like? Holy the show.
He said
It sucks because it's Australia. It's like the comedy scene.
from someone other than a used car
It
sale.
That was the big problem.
it was, but no, they did it in the United States.
Once someone starts telling you,
No, I'm just
Oh, okay.
messing around.
So
step back, make sure that you're actually on the same page.
if I go to
Actually, not anywhere near the same page. But ultimately, he said,
okay,
to it.
Guy, they're going to make this thing bigger than the DVD.
Somehow, they walked in public with all physically broken, they go through the Zara, and they come back better. So this problem that I'm having over here, I know there's nothing wrong with the Zara, but I also am seeing that people are actually getting results from the Zara. Tonight time up. I'm our low.
yeah, but I just don't.
Let me give you a little power.
Okay, if I look at the Australian one, I'm looking at the junior one. Yeah, it's terrible. It's very gimmicky. It's not the pure game. But I think people will not find pure mini golf to be that exciting. Unless you really go with the heart of the game, which is just really good mini golf players. Okay. So then,
go against it because they're far done posted and you don't make I do agree that line of reasoning makes sense.
yo, dog, Steelman this for me. Why pro mini golf hasn't become more popular? Like, what's stopping it? It used to be on ESPN. The Putt Putt Championship used to be on ESPN. But, like, why hasn't it become more popular? Is it boring? Do people get sick of it? The players are really good. Do people get sick of the windmills and the clowns? Do they just not think it's serious? Why can't you make it like NASCAR and have advertising everywhere and have bigger purses and maybe get on better time slots on ESPN and stuff? All right, here you go. Yo, this is a great question. The strongest case for why pro mini golf never broke through. It visually codes as not serious instantly. That's the biggest blocker, and it's unfair but real. Mini golf looks like a joke sport. Windmills, clowns, pirate ships, neon colors. To the casual viewer, the brain goes, this is a kid's birthday activity, not elite competition. That gut reaction happens before anyone notices precision geometry, physics, insane touch control. Compare golf looks hard, NASCAR looks dangerous, poker looks psychological, mini golf looks like an arcade game. Once a sport fails the seriousness vibe check, it's almost impossible to recover on TV. The skill gap is invisible to non-players. This kills a lot of niche sports. To pros, tiny angle changes equals huge outcome differences. Course reading is insane. Muscle memory is elite. To casual viewers, he hit it. Now another guy hit it. They both made it. Power difference like boxing, danger like extreme sports. If the audience can't see why someone is better, they disengage. Courses are too samey for spectators. This sounds weird, but it matters. Mini golf courses repeat visual gimmicks. They have short holes, low variance once mastered. After about 15 minutes, the viewer feels pressure. NASCAR, which has crashes, drafting, chaos. Poker has personalities and swings. Mini golf lacks narrative chaos. There's low perceived risk, which equals low drama. Harsh truth, danger sells. Not because people are evil, but because risk creates tension. Mini golf has no injury risk, no physical exhaustion, no visible strain. So there's no will he hold on? Can his body take it? One mistake ends it. It's technically tense, but not emotionally tense. There's no heroes, villains, or lore. Sports grow on stories, not skill alone. Mini golf never built rivalries, dynasties, villains, redemption arcs. ESPN can sell this guy came back from an addiction. This hasn't won in 40 years. Mini golf is marketed. Here's another excellent shot. That's death on TV. It lives in a branding uncanny valley. This one is sneaky. Mini golf is too goofy for hardcore sports fans, too serious for casual fun audiences. So it misses both markets. Kids don't care about rankings. Adults don't want to invest emotionally in a windmill. Now, here's the important part. You're right that it could be fixed. Why NASCAR worked in mini golf didn't yet. NASCAR leaned hard into spectacle, embraced sponsors everywhere, told personalities first, racing second. Mini golf tried to appear respectable, downplay its weirdness, act like normal golf with smaller. This was the wrong move. So, in conclusion, pro mini golf didn't fail because it's boring. It failed because the skill is real, but the presentation hides it. The drama exists, but the format buries it. The players are elite, but the brand makes them invisible. So, hot take: if mini golf leaned into trash talk, wild course designs, personalities, gambling style graphics, mic'd up players, and absurd prize money, it could work as a modern, chaotic, internet native sport, not a legacy ESPN. Honestly, it might thrive more on YouTube or Twitch than cable ever again.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think having it as an Amazon Prime show is the way to go.
It would work on YouTube. YouTube TV, and they did some advertising for it, and you got some influencers to talk about it, and maybe even got ESPN to do highlights on it. I mean, that's the big thing. That legitimizes you as a sport. If ESPN does highlights on what you're doing and takes it seriously, that legitimizes you. If they don't, then you're not legitimate.
Do like that's sort of mini golf court, like the holes are not like stupid windmills and like weird like little things that have like a lot of moving parts. It's more geared toward the serious or aspects, but I feel like that detracts from the entertainment value.
Okay, do you either want it to be holy moly, where kids are jumping in pools and stuff to be able to get their golf club?
You don't get wet, but you want to see interesting holes, but good mini players playing really cool holes.
I kind of don't. I kind of want it to be very plain. Have you ever seen a putt-putt golf course? Like the actual, like, company putt-putt?
No.
Alright, well, their shit is like very plain. Like, I've been to some mini golf, and it's got all kinds of shit, and they got waterfalls and stuff. And that's cool, but that gets old fast. I just kind of want standard putt-putt with the bricks and maybe some obstacles that are just like a diamond in the middle, or like very plain putt-putt. No windmills, no clown. Just
You know the Play-Doh golf game that we play?
yeah.
That's like almost like a middle ground between like what I envision and what you want. Like those ones. There's like these bullshit obstacles. There's no like crazy moving. I mean, there are like a few ramps. It's more it's like not as. I mean, I don't want to be market. I just want like cool themes to every hole. So it's like, okay, this hole is a freaking New York City, like King Kong theme.
All right. You could do that. You could do that with overhead lighting. You could give it a different theme and like lasers. You could do all that. But what I'm saying is, no, you don't. I mean, you. Yeah, you. Well, here's the thing. The more you do that, it's going to get really expensive really quick. And that's what. Okay, I mean, it depends. I'm saying that I don't want that shit. I want really good players playing on standard holes. And all right. This is what it used to be on ESPN. They'd show this on ESPN, and it wasn't like how good this putt was from really far away because this guy read the angle. That to me makes it really interesting. I understand that that's not going to be super big for uh, in social media, so that's why I'm saying you can mess with the lighting. What'd you say?
Because I already exist and it's not popular.
Okay, so you think it's going to be popular if you add a dolphin?
If the holes are still interesting, if the holes are more interesting,
I'm saying that you could, with augmented reality, give the viewer a look at the hole, and it looks what is going on. But these guys who are actually playing are focused on making their putts. Does that make sense?
now you're just talking, you're introducing like technology into it. That's a good point though, because they have virtual reality golf courses that are like pretty like abstract already. So it's like, why not just have the world championship of VR golf?
Well, okay. So I wouldn't do VR. I would do augmented reality. So you can put all kinds of fancy shit on the TV that gets people's attention. But when the guys are playing, they're focused on making their shot.
Expensive than just building like a dairy cow theme.
I disagree. And we're going to look this shit up right now. I bet it's 10 times less augmented reality. Because augmented reality can be everything. It could make these guys look like they're playing in space. You know how expensive it's going to be? Yo, dog, what's cheaper to do augmented reality? This fucking thing isn't working again. Dude, I don't know what the fuck this thing is. The problem with this thing is. Yo, I was just using this. Why the fuck isn't it working? Yo, dog, can you hear me? I think you can hear me.
Yeah.
Not you. Okay, what's cheaper? Creating a golf course that is augmented reality or building sets? I think it's about 10 times less expensive to use augmented reality on TV than it is to build the sets. What do you think?
It's gonna look way shittier though.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, and you're cooking here. Short answer, you're basically right. Done correctly, augmented reality is dramatically cheaper at scale than building physical mini golf sets. Not always 10 times cheaper on day one, but over time, absolutely can be. Now let's break it down cleanly. Physical sets, traditional mini golf build. Hard costs, custom obstacles, windmills, ramps, tunnels, moving parts. Carpentry plus metal and paint, safety and durability. TV equals stuff can't break. Transport plus storage, setup and teardown crew. Repairs every event. A broadcast quality course, not a roadside putt-putt, is going to be about $1 million per course. Plus recurring maintenance and logistics. New courses needed to keep visuals fresh. So that means every time they host something at your place, it's going to be $1 million just for the course. This is why many golf looks cheap on TV because it is built cheap, not because it has to be. An AR virtual overlay course, broadcast only. Upfront cost, 3D environment design one time, motion tracking and camera calibration, graphics engine, Unreal Unity, broadcast integration team. The initial build is between $300,000 and $800,000 one time. But here's the kicker. Marginal cost per new course. Essentially software. New designs equals artists and engineers, not trucks and lumber, can iterate endlessly. After the first session, new course costs $20,000 to $80,000, not $300,000 plus. Exactly. You need to build a 3D environment, motion tracking, the camera calibration, the graphics engine, the broadcast integration. So new courses would be $20,000 to $80,000. So it's even more than 10 times less expensive than building a set like you want to do every time. And I'm going to tell you what, it's going to look way cooler. It's going to look way cooler. It's going to look way cooler on television when you can have an underwater course and you can have a space course and you can have a jungle themed course. You're not going to be able to build that shit. You're going to have, it's going to take you a lot of money to be able to build that shit. And you can't change it right away. You could change something from being an underwater set to a solar system set in the press of one click of a button. With your shit, that's weeks worth of work. Well, hold on. Also, your shit breaks, and these guys are going to complain. Like, hey, the course isn't staying like rigid. I'm under different. I'm under a different. Okay, then it's going to be more and more expensive. What I'm saying is you build this thing really sturdily for 18 holes, and then you can move those holes around the next location that you have and put augmented reality over it. It looks totally different, but it's extremely sturdy. And I want the golfers.
You're just going to have a windmill that is AR and not actually there in existence. So someone's going to watch some guy putt, and the ball goes through the windmill, through an invisible tunnel that, like, you just cut through the windmill and the tunnel.
No. I'm not talking about moving shit. Like no, I'm not talking about moving shit. I don't want that. I want it to be everything is static. Everything is static. But if you want, you can have the course look like it's in a really cool place. But I want the golfers themselves to not have to worry about anything but getting the ball in the hole.
Fun holes are really expensive.
don't think they're that. They're very simple robotics.
That's expensive. If you want to have that costs $50,000 to build, fine, that's cool. So you get the best of both worlds. You get really fun holes, or at least
one hole out of 18 is the best. That's cool. Compromise. People, the viewers, like, okay, you can change the course. Okay, I'm in the Sahara Desert now, and I'm in Tokyo or whatever. There's buildings on the side, but they're still putting like. I don't know. I think
it's the best of both worlds.
Like multi-level, like platforms, like.
Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. That's going to look cheap, and it's going to be really expensive.
It's gonna look amazing.
Okay, that's fine. What I'm saying is this. You have somebody look like they're playing golf in Tokyo, and that satisfies your younger viewer who wants this to look really cool. But for your older viewer who wants this to be a real sport, and these two guys or women or whatever competing at each other at a high level, it's going to satisfy that as well. It's going to satisfy the angles of everything. It'll be very, very cool. It's like okay, imagine
the whole purpose of mini-cut the entire reason why people love it are the obstacles. In my opinion.
and you can make it look like there are obstacles.
If you're watching and spectating, this is what you want to see. Entertaining goals. That's what is making your attention.
Okay, so if you want that, then Riser, how about this? So that we have an agreement. You use lighting to be able to create the obstacles. So like when an area is green, you can hit, but if it's red, then you can't hit through it. And if you hit through it when it's red, then you have to take a penalty.
Yeah, so there's like still some set design. So like for the golf, it looks like okay, there's a red block there and a green block there. I'm looking at like Minecraft blocks. Then AR, it's like, oh, that block is really like
A windmill.
And the green block is like a tunnel.
Exactly.
That's efficient. how to make it lame for the golfers, but it really doesn't matter at that point.
They just want to play the game. They're going to be really focused on scoring low scores. They don't care if it was a monkey that came through, or a tree, or a rushing river, or whatever. They just care that they are able to play this game in an efficient manner. That's what they're going to care about. Now, I have a question for you, Riser. In what world do you think that you should? What in the fuck? I know. I know it was. I know it was. I was just going to give him shit. That, hey, everything's on Zoot's time, where he could come in and not be funny when he's the number 2 funniest person in South Australia, arguably, and then just interrupt the conversation. Okay, so you get your thing where the ball is going to get rejected and stuff, and I get my thing that it's going to be financially efficient, or financially cheap, and but still on camera it's going to look cooler than anything. It's going to look like you're playing mini golf in space, and that's going to make it look really cool. No matter what you do, Riser, with your multiple levels space, or whatever your levels are, you're not going to make it as cool as what we can do with augmented reality. It's just not going to happen. We'll be able to make asteroids fly through.
I mean, like, you still, I guess, for like the set design, say you have it's a space theme course, and you have to basically like get it down a stair, like a staircase of satellites, right? And like the holes are like the stairs at the end, but if you kind of go out, like you're fun. So in the set design, you're saying that no matter what the set is, you can block something out that basically is like AR equivalent, and then essentially like you just we insert whatever we have like these